Ah, we're rolling? I think so. Alright. Hopefully the sound works this time. Hey, Internet. Broadcasting live from an undisclosed location somewhere at Rock Bottom. He is the Reverend. But you know good. You have to excuse me if I look a little tired. One, I am a little tired, and two, I've been trying different lighting setup for this avatar. It's not exactly capturing everything. This is what happens when you have to use a webcam instead of a phone. And this is also what happens when you just get started, trying out different things like, VTuber model. I'm not quite sure I don't know exactly how to fix this. I don't know how to get this to work, but hopefully in the upcoming streams, this will be gradually less janky. But let me stop with the introduction. Let's get started for tonight. Tonight, something I've been wanting to draw for a while now, but I've just been so daggone busy lately. We're going to be drawing some fan art from a particular character from Mortal Kombat. Tonight, we are going to try to draw. First time I've ever tried drawing him too. It's Prince Goro, the original big, beefy sub-boss from the original Mortal Kombat. I had this idea of drawing Goro based on something that we don't ever get a lot of info about, and it ultimately was non-canon anyway, but I like the idea, so I'm going to draw it. It's the scene from the tie-in animation, Mortal Kombat: The Journey Begins. It's supposed to be like a prequel to the 1995 movie. It makes no sense. It's more like an animated version of like the original comic, like the prequel comic that introduces everybody to like the tournament and the idea of what everything is, as well as give you info on all the characters and whatnot. But The Journey Begins had four different CGI scenes, the way back when CGI was absolute garbo. And the thing that was cool was, even though the CGI was absolute crap, they still had some interesting ideas, like just what it looked like when Shang Tsung first won in the Shaolin tournament and started to corrupt it into a branch of the Mortal Kombat tournament, as well as the original start of the feud between Scorpion and Sub-Zero. This is before what it really had. This is before the canon meetup in Mortal Kombat mythology Sub-Zero, where we saw what really happened, but it was still an interesting idea. Then there were two fights with Goro. One with the Great Kung Lao, which was the last CGI fight we saw, which is what it looked like when he fought and beat the Great Kung Lao and started another like nine victory winning streak for the Outworld. But the fight before that is a flashback where we saw how Goro became Prince Goro. And that's what I'm going to try to illustrate in tonight's stream. So let's go ahead and just get started. I'm going to start by blocking out the basic idea of what I want. Things are going to look a little janky at first, because I'm not entirely sure how I want this to look, but I do have a basic idea, and the idea will most certainly change as we go along. Right now I'm using a modified version of my usual brush, making it a little bigger, making it a little lighter, a little messier. About making it a little lighter because I plan to be a little messy for the start of this. I have been super busy this past few weeks. Haven't been able to properly do what I've been wanting to do lately. Just you do it, you do what you have to do. It's always something in a way, from making sure all your plans go according, as expected. You plan for life. You plan for this and that. You plan for, you plan to get so and so done. You plan to brace yourself for the upcoming month. I mean, everyone's busy. Everyone's got something they need to do. And so you have an idea of what you're going to do, but then if it's not just surprise engagements, it's just just your physical health gets involved and has an issue. Like you get like a whole week worth of stuff. You think you're gonna get it all done, and then after like the third day, your body just tells you you've been doing too much. You need to chill for a minute. Or you get home, you say you're gonna rest for a little bit, and next thing you know, it's been 5 hours, and you're like, I had no idea I was gonna sleep today. Stuff like that. Just this whole week has been not going according to plan. I had so many things I've been meaning to do and accomplish and finish, and one of those situations where you end up not really getting anywhere near close to what you originally had planned. But you do what you can, and that's what happened. But better late than never. It's not the end of the month just yet, so I have a little bit of time to complete what I want to complete. With that said, let's see if we can make this happen. The illustration itself is going to be, the idea is that this is where Goro is about to essentially revel in his victory. He has just succeeded in what he was trying to do. My question is, how much of this scene do I want shown? The main idea for this particular illustration is what happens right at the end of that particular fight. If anyone has not seen Mortal Kombat: The Journey Begins and for some reason still plans to see it and doesn't want any spoilers, cover your ears for like the next 60 seconds. Then again, if you really don't want any spoilers, you might not even want to watch this stream. But for the rest of the world who doesn't really care because it's that old and they probably have no real interest in the original canon and the non-canon situation for Journey Begins, let's just talk about it. The idea in The Journey Begins was that in order, they had their idea of Goro's species, the Shokan, and certain aspects of their culture and whatnot. As in Shokan, for the Shokan, only the strong survive, and strength can include the most deceiving and the most ruthless. Now, on a particular day of the year, it was considered customary for the Shokan to pay homage to their king Gorbak. Goro and his two of his sons, Goro and the older son Durak, were trying to figure out what they were going to do as a tribute. What are they going to do? What are they going to provide their father for tribute? That's when Durak had this idea. He found in the cavern the Shokan caverns, or their mines. Durak had come across this jewel Mika egg. I'm not quite sure exactly what this would look like IRL. I've seen like Mika eggs before, and they look nothing like actual like the crystal that we see in the animation. But again, that animation left a lot to be desired, so who knows. But the point is, once Durak actually found that jewel egg, he was going to present that to his father. But once Goro saw it, he figured he decided he was going to do the same. It was essentially a case of, oh crap, my brother found like the perfect gift for our dad. Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I provide that? I'm gonna take that. And so it was decided that the two are going to fight for it, for the right to provide the tribute. I mean, Durak found it first. I mean, it should, for all intents and purposes, it should be his to present. But with their father's permission, and as audience, they fight for it. Durak, the older brother, clearly just definitely had the upper hand during the battle. But this is where Goro actually had the one factor that Durak did not have. Goro was willing to lie. He was willing to deceive, and he was willing to essentially play into Durak's ability to show mercy. That was the big issue between Goro and Durak. Durak was willing to show mercy. During the fight, Goro was knocked really close to like a cliff, and it started to give way from under him. However, the prize they were fighting for, the jewel egg, was real close too. And before he falls off the cliff, before the ground gives way, he grabs the egg and then falls and takes it with him. He holds on to the edge of the cliff for dear life and starts begging for his brother to save him. Which he does. Durak decides that not only is he going to win this, he's going to save his brother's life. Really bad move. Really shouldn't have done that. So once he took the egg from Goro and then helped him from the cliff, he was about to present the egg to their father, only for Goro to spin him around, hit him with a rolling sobat, and knock Durak off the cliff. So now it was Durak's turn to beg for mercy, only for Goro to be like, no, screw that noise. You still have your hands on that egg. First things first, you hand that egg to me. Hand that over before you fall, or you might drop it. It might be gone with you, and then neither of us can properly provide a tribute to our father. So Durak hands it over, and Goro's about to step away from the cliff. Looks like maybe he's just gonna let Durak just climb up by himself now that he's got a free hand. Even though you would think that since they're both Shokan and therefore both have 4 arms, couldn't you just use the strength of your arm? Are your arms so weak that they can't handle the rest of your weight? They're huge arms. Like, those arms are humongoid. So you'd think they'd be able to just go ahead and just, pull themselves up. But I digress. He takes one look back at Durak dangling over that cliff, over what is essentially what looks like a bottomless pit of darkness. And then he just goes, niggy jiggy, just stomps his hand in, and Durak goes falling. He just, so fatality, needless to say, because there's no way it's the classic Disney death. He falls into the darkness, never to be seen again, and for all intents and purposes, if Mortal Kombat 4 is anything to go by, he probably survived that. We never saw him actually die. He probably ended up just like Jarek. Oh, he'll be back. He's fine. But the point was, Durak goes falling. He goes falling into the darkness, and Goro's the last Shokan standing and presents the egg. And Durak, watching the whole thing, just gives the nod of approval. Just doesn't even care that he just lost his son, because his youngest son proved himself to be ruthless and deceiving and willing to kill his own brother. And according to Lord Raiden, that is the Shokan way. And as effed up as that is, I always, like, growing up, I always thought that was, like, really just, it was kind of cool. Just the idea that a civilization could be so barbaric that the king's own the king would be actually proud to see his own son do that. You would think that that would be like a, you know, there are people who would think there's no honor in that. There's no honor in the deception. There's no honor in the whole begging for mercy thing. But the whole thing was all deception. The idea is that, well, Jorak, if you really wanted to win this, if you really wanted to pay tribute to your father, why in the world did you help Goro off the cliff? You could have been pleading not to be allowed to fall. He says, "All right, yeah, I'll take the egg, and instead of helping you off the cliff, I'll stomp you off the cliff." That's all he had to do. And frankly, Goro, as far as disgusting as it may sound, Goro did nothing wrong. He knew Jorak was willing to save his brother, and that was his downfall. After that, we get a glimpse of we get to see later on, like, the fight between Goro and Kung Lao, which was another interesting scene that stuck in my mind, but for the worst reason. Because in The Journey Begins, Liu Kang and by extension Kung Lao, both Shaolin monks trained in similar manner, have this freaking war cry that is the freaking funniest thing. The temple master that Shang Tsung fights in the very first CGI fight, Liu Kang during almost all the fights we see in the 2D animation scene, and Kung Lao in the final CGI fight we see. They're all doing the same, like, war cry. Instead of the classic, like, stereotypical hiya, these guys were going tiya. And what makes it so funny is that it just kept happening when Kung Lao was fighting Goro. He would go tiya, tiya, and it was just really funny to me. It's like, if you're going, like, growing up, I also trained in martial arts, but the thing is, like, at the place where I was training at the time, no one did those classic stereotypical war yells. What we heard was a lot more guttural, a lot more vicious. Like, our teacher, when we were forced to do, like, sparring with him, like, his shout would be like, "Dad!" So I don't know where the would come from, but IRL, you never hear anyone say that. You never hear anyone even do the stereotypical ones. It's usually just a mean or just sound like you got a pair. Even the girls. So when I'm hearing all the Shaolin representatives in that animated series, it's just funny to me, because it's like, what are you doing? Who does that? But then again, this was like way back in the animation was done like back in the 90s, when just people don't know what they're talking about, they don't know what they're doing. And this was Mortal Kombat, way before people started taking it super serial. Like nowadays, Mortal Kombat is being treated as like legitimate, like the fighting game itself. Like it's got the mechanics are now set up so that it should be like legit competitive. Like you would see these in, you would see Mortal Kombat in like legitimate competitive fighting leagues. The mechanics don't seem bad. I haven't played any of the Mortal Kombat games since Mortal Kombat 9. That's mainly because the whole DLC thing has been really pissing me off, like as well as just the direction things have been going. I'll admit I'm not a fan of where they're going with this. And clearly, I'm not the only one who's not a fan of the way these things are going, because according to what I've been seeing online, any potential DLC for Mortal 1 Kombat, the most recent game, and all the story things they're aiming for have been completely canceled. Because the most recent DLC expansion didn't sell well. And in my head, I'm thinking, well, yeah, what you guys were making was, it didn't really connect with anybody. Like it didn't look fun. It didn't look like you had a decent story. It looked like you guys were making it for the sake of just promoting play. I don't know what you guys were thinking. I don't know what NetherRealm Studios was thinking with that. Like the story, I'm not one for watching the story for games I don't play, but when I've made it clear when it's clear in my head, there's no doubt in my mind that I don't plan on picking up the game, I'll go ahead and check out the story. And I don't regret seeing it, because frankly, it just doesn't seem like they knew what they were doing, it's like they didn't even know who their target audience was. Like, making callbacks to previous games is not going to be good enough, especially because sometimes you hint at previous incarnations in previous games. It's just going to make people want to check out those older games. In fact, there's someone I follow on social media who does a lot of like fighting game content, especially Mortal Kombat, because he grew up with Mortal Kombat. He brought up one of the better games out there, Mortal Kombat Deception, and he noticed that in the most recent Mortal 1 Kombat story expansion, Chaos Reigns, they originally, like in one of the cutscenes, they had like in one of the cutscenes, spoilers again, spoilers, but this is more legit this time because this is still relatively fresh and relatively new. In Anarchy Reigns, there's an alternate universe, an alternate timeline where Havoc, well, one version of Havoc, has taken over and has just turned the whole place into just a realm of just ridiculousness. And in the crowd of variation, he has the ability to make. It looks like he has the ability to make copies of himself because there's so many different versions of Havoc there, but not like the Havoc from like the Midway era, but like the most recent version of Havoc. I won't tell you guys what type of Havoc that is, but it's not the same Havoc. You'll know when you see it, you'll get what I mean. But then we see there's a cutscene that was edited. Apparently, the Force Snake apparently found like a beta version of some of the cutscenes of like some stuff that's going to be cut out and whatnot. And one of the big differences is that we had Deception version of Havoc in the background at one point, and then they removed him and replaced him with like the more recent NetherRealm Studios version of Havoc. And I think there's a bit, and I even said it in as a comment on that particular post. I can't help but feel like whoever's working at NetherRealm Studios does not want people. They just do not want people to even know about the previous incarnation. It's like It's like if they're not making their own version of these characters, they don't want to even acknowledge them unless they have to. And I think especially for the 3D era characters, and I think the big reason is because I think there's no doubt in my mind a lot of them know that whatever they make now regarding these characters will pale in comparison to what they were doing for the what happened with the original versions of these characters. And one of the easiest examples to think about is what they did with Nitara. I don't know what they were thinking. The way they decide that there's just certain people you don't cast in certain roles. There's just certain people that just don't hold up. That just don't work as for like the voices you're using to cast as this and that. And for some reason we have the Mortal Kombat equivalent of a vampire whose personality was already established just fine by the time of Deception, has a voice, has an idea, and the design, of course. And once they bring their version of Nitara in Mortal Kombat, not only did they completely redesign her, taking away like the pirate feel and just making something a lot more generic looking, honestly, they then also decide to cast someone who, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, is not very good at emoting when it comes to acting, and who really needs to practice actually putting some emotion in reading her lines. I've only seen Megan Fox in one film, and that's one of those Transformers movies. I only saw one of them. The rest, I just couldn't get into it. And frankly, she's just way too wooden. Way too wooden. It seems like I get no real emotion in the way she portrays these characters. It feels like she doesn't actually care. I don't know if this is actually the case. I'm not going to jump to conclusions. What I am going to say is that her emoting needs work. When Rei Ayanami from Neon Genesis Evangelion can show more emotion than you know you effed up. Which is why, even though I'm not a fan of using this kind of stuff, I've noticed people using freaking AI to make spoof commentary, like make spoof quotes and whatnot. There are people online who like take AI and they make like customized like intros and quips and whatnot. At the beginning of these fights, they would put the characters in Mortal 1 Kombat and Mortal Kombat 11. Instead of the usual like back and forth right before the rounds, they would use AI to generate new quotes and whatnot. This is one of the very few times where AI is not doing anything harmful nowadays. It's just for the sake of comedy. As long as the voice actors and voice actresses don't catch wind of it and tell you to cut it out. Afterwards, you cut it out. You cut it out. But I haven't heard anyone being told to cut it out just yet. Which is why I'm bringing up what's going on with some of these comedic like quotes and interactions that people are making. There's the I saw a couple videos that had versions of Nitara like back and forth, where one's speaking, I don't know what voice they're using, but they have AI of like somebody doing a much better voice, more like a midway era voice, and then there's AI of Megan Fox's rendition, and that one's always getting made fun of. When AI used of someone who hasn't done the voice and who the hell knows how long is doing better than the actual voice line readings of the recent actress, we have a problem. We have a problem. Again, I'm not exactly a fan of the whole using AI for these types of things, but because you know it's so risque. But it did bring to mind. It did create some really funny. It did still bring up some really funny ideas and jokes. Like one of those jokes for those like types of videos. I don't know who started it, but it led to this idea that Shujinko from Mortal Kombat Deception, or at least the M1K version of Shujinko, is so damn forgetful or unaware of anything that you say one thing and he might not get it, and he'll ask what it's about, and no one feels like no one ever desires to actually explain what so and so is. Like for example, let me think of something. Let's say like Johnny Cage and Kenshi are about to fight, and one of them mentions the current weird internet slang, like the word gooner. Right before the match begins, you can hear like Shujinko ask, "What is a gooner?" And Johnny or Kenshi will be like, "I'll explain later." It's just like the running gag that he has no idea. You don't like everyone refuses to explain things to Shujinko. And the one of the funny things about it is that someone decided in one of their videos that they actually will explain something to Shujinko, and it doesn't end well. He gets the wrong idea. I think it was something involving condoms. And then when Shujinko asked about what the hell condoms were, someone said it was like they put something about protection. Later on in that video, he says, "Don't worry, they can't hurt us. I brought condoms." Like, this is why we don't explain anything to Shujinko. I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to try to find a way to get Goro and Durak in this picture, or if I just want to draw like the cave, the caverns and whatnot. Because I'm gonna draw like no, I think I can make it work. I can make it work. The cliff. Right around this will be like around the cliff where they were fighting. And Durak could be right around here. And well, right, and since the cliff was actually crumbling underneath the weight, I'm gonna make it a little jagged, and also some of it kind of crumbling off here, because the way my mind's working on this, the way I see it, I doubt simply stomping on a Shokan's hand is gonna mean anything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have it kind of crack and crumble here, implying that when Goro stomped on that particular spot, it was the ground was breaking underneath him again. So ensuring that even if he didn't crush Durak's hand, to the point where he couldn't hold on, the ground, or like the part of the ground that he was holding on to should be coming down with him. Now, jeez, the fingers, man. The Shokan have three digited hand extremities, like three, like the hands have 3 fingers, the feet have 2 toes. They're supposed to be like dragon folk, but man, if if you've already had issues drawing hands as it is, you might be having trouble drawing these. I'm actually trying to use my own hand as a little bit of a reference. I'm basically doing the Vulcan thing, doing the Spock thing. Like if your middle finger and index finger was just one big finger, how would it? Just gotta break it down to tubes. This is another reason why we always have references. Always have references on you. People who say references are cheating can shut the hell up. Everybody needs references for something. Just a minute. Taking a look at... Just want to make sure. Where is it? Just looking at something to help getting at, like, a couple references for hands to get the digits right. These are references of, like, you know, normal, like, humanoid hands, but you know, just the sheer. And sometimes you should still be able to kind of get an idea what you're looking for. You just have to super simplify. So there we go. Just gonna. This right here is also why you don't want to be afraid to get really messy with your original sketch, especially if you're doing digitally like what I'm doing right now. As long as you know where everything is, you can always just clean it up. This is why I don't have the ability to envy these people who can do this stuff in sheer, like, just ink and paint using canvases. Bro, I'm too broke to afford all that stuff, so if I mess up, oofa. Wouldn't be able to properly draw as often as I'd like to if that were the case. Unless I like made my own paint, but if I did that, I don't even want to know where I got all the equipment for that. Ew. This one was a little too flat, man. Also, one thing that's really weird for like the Shokan like physiology, there it looks like there's not enough actual room. Like the original design for Goro and then the other Shokan, it doesn't look like there's enough proper room for you know the second pair of arms. So I might have to get a little. I might have to do a little bit of do a little creative license here. I might, for the sake of some type of structural integrity. No, I'm not even. It is not going to be might. I am going to do it. I'm gonna for this illustration for Goro. I'm gonna give him a second pair of abdominals. No, I mean a second pair of pectoral. So that way, because the pectorals connect to the shoulders and connect, to the arms. So the idea these guys have 4 arms but only 2 pecs, it doesn't. I don't see it. I don't know how that's supposed to work. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get a little different. It's gonna be a kind of like a smaller row of pectoral, but it's still pectorals. This will probably result in a little extra foreshortening if I want to make sure he still has the same kind of abs though. Right now I'm just kind of making sure I know where all the muscles are. This is more of a construction sketch before I really get into the real nitty-gritty cleanup of it all. I just want to make sure everything's blocked in properly. Almost like I'm drawing something for a comic book. I want to make sure all the goodies are exactly where I want them to be. Especially if it's a character from Mortal Kombat. Like everyone's got a very impressive physique. Except Boracho. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So this might take longer than expected. But once we get started on the nitty gritty, it shouldn't take too long. As long as I know where everything is. What is that exactly? Don't be afraid to use that eraser. Now, how big do I want this jewel egg to be? Because that doesn't look right. I'm probably just gonna have to draw the hand itself, just to get an idea of, just to make sure this doesn't look too janky. Block out the pads. How close do I want that to the camera? That'll do. That should do. There's a time to super emphasize the foreshortening and make things huge to get it real good and close to the camera, and there's a time to tone it down. I'm still not entirely sure when I need to crank it up a little more or when to tone it down. But for the sake of this particular illustration, it's not going to be too extreme. I just want something. So I just want something close enough that I know, so I know that the jewel egg doesn't look ridiculous, or at least that the hand holding the egg looks like it kind of holds up. Makes sense. Something like this. I think that'll do. Even though this is supposed to be like it was supposed to be a like black pit of just darkness, it just doesn't hold up. I know the kingdom of the Shokan was supposed to be like subterranean. So my idea, this is where again I'm going to take my own personal liberties on this. It's supposed to be based off what happened in The Jury Begins, but some of it's just, I think it leaves a lot to be desired, so we're going to crank it up. I'm going to have these guys fighting right over a lava flow or magma flow. So that way we can ensure that when Durak falls, he's going to be dead. He's going to be falling into just a magma pit down here. If anything, it kind of reminds me of what happened in that one episode of Mortal Kombat Conquest, where we get the introduction to Scorpion, which is also where you get this really janky pronunciation of the word of the name Takeda, calling him Takeda. Like, what the piss is a Takeda? Some type of bug? That's the basic sketch done. So now it's time to, that's the basic pose of it done. So now let's go ahead and copy that and begin cleaning it up for the main sketch. Now while we're beginning the cleanup, allow me to tell you guys just where the hell I've been, why I've been so busy lately. Well, I haven't really been working much on this whole Vituber model of mine. I have done one thing: make sure that the neck follows the head movement. But that's one of many things I learned how to fix. And the way I was learning how to fix it is because I spent the past couple of weeks designing and rigging somebody else's Vituber model and putting in much more effort to make sure it comes out just right. See, my model was just something really quick to whip up because I wanted to learn if I can figure out how to use Live 2D. Yeah, just a little experiment, just using myself as a guinea pig. Excuse me, just need a drink. With this second model that I've been working on, I've been really making sure I know what I'm doing, testing everything, trying out different stuff, and giving that guy, the person I'm working for, give him a lot of stuff for stuff. It's nice physics for the hair, some like wiggle jiggle effects for the eyes during blinking. I even had some expression toggles too. So I learned a lot, practicing with this whole thing for Live 2D, and with no ego, with no legit pride, but just a sense of satisfaction. I think we did a pretty good job for that one. And I sent it his way. He's going to be experimenting with it now, and he's going to tell me what he wants fixed, what needs to be adjusted, and whatnot. And he just needs to practice using like stuff like VTube Studio anyway to know how his face tracks with his model and all this. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. Like what the reason I'm even using a VTuber model is to constantly learn and constantly improve to see what works. Because I, no joke, would like to keep making more of these for more people. Like, it's kind of fun. Like, making these models and making them move is actually kind of fun. And I know another person who I want to make a VTuber model for anyway, so all the more reason to keep practicing. The problem is that my free trial, the pro version, is about to expire, so I'm gonna have to save up some money just to afford a damn subscription. Because why the hell is everything gotta be expensive, and why do I gotta pay for everything? It's already bad enough that I'm drowning in student debt. Could y'all give me a damn break? Damn it. Anyway, let me get back to this though before I go into full-on RAM mode. I've also been doing some training for my CGI practice. As I've said before, I went to school to learn 3D animation, but they didn't properly teach us 3D modeling. So the modeling process, the texturing process, like the UV mapping, the rig process, all that, I have to learn that from scratch. And I am getting better, but I'm not reaching the level that I want to be at just yet. So I'm working on it. So yeah, I've been super busy. And also, it's the busy season at my workplace, so there's that too. So I had to skip a week of streaming, but we're back, and we're gonna try to I'm gonna see if we can get this whole thing done before the end of the week. I don't know if I'm gonna get this Goro picture done by the end of this stream, or if we're gonna split it apart into 2 different streams. We shall see. As much as I want to rush this, I want it to look good. So I will give myself no option. I will take my time. And I will make sure this doesn't look jank. Speaking of which, wait. Let me just. I'm just gonna do one thing that I almost never do. I'm gonna flip the cameras real quick. It didn't look bad. I don't think that looked that bad. Give me just a second. Yeah, I was gonna say, what the... Yeah, I was about to say, I thought for some reason my shortcut key wasn't working. It should be on the numpad, it's 4 to flip. Yeah. It wasn't working for a second. I was wondering what was going on there. Well, whatever. Let's get back to it. So it could be a little darker, so I'm going to go ahead and multiply it. There you go. I just duplicated the sketch just real quick. Combine the two. Just get a little darker. We're gonna make Goro's head a little more square. Switch out the brush, something a little sharper, less sketchy. I'm gonna start sketching out the deets. Blocking out the cheekbones a little bit. Narrowing the head a little bit. His head's gonna be a bit smaller, but then again, he is a tall boy. Tall boy. Just gonna block out the skull real quick, just so I know exactly what everything is. Again, this is my first time drawing a Shokan, so it's gonna be a little weird. Got an impressive jawline, but it's still a bit pointy. Like very angular. Like it's got like 3 different like edges, like sharp and sharp and sharp. Something like this. So the ear should be somewhere like right around here. A little bit of creative license is going to be in this because since there are different incarnations and variations of the Shokan, including Prince Goro himself, things are going to get a little tricky and things will maybe a little inconsistent in comparison to other variations. So I'm just going to, much like one of my illustrations for Reptile, I'm just going to go ahead and do my own thing. But I'm still going to show respect to the original version that we see in like the comics for the original Mortal Kombat. Even though some of it is a little tricky. Over 30 years of Mortal Kombat and so many characters I have yet to draw. Man, so many cool ones too. Then again, there are a decent amount that I'm not really interested in at all. But that's pretty much for every fighting game, isn't it? Almost every game you play, there will be characters that are cool, characters you could not care less about, and characters you're like, why didn't I give this one a shot earlier? Starting to look like Caliban. Do any of you even know of Caliban? Oh man. Now, depending on the type of illustration I'm doing, this would be step. This would be step 2 of 3. It would be there would be the pose sketch, which I just finished up. This will be the sketch, the initial rough, and then there will be a cleanup. But because I'm trying to, so there will be 3 of them. That's 1, 2, 3. But the thing is, sometimes depending on what I'm drawing, I get real into the rough sketch to the point where it becomes my cleanup at the same time. It's usually when I know there's a lot of stuff going on. I'll do the initial sketch of the original body, and then the cleanup will be several different sketches. I'll have a rough for the body, then a rough for the hair, then a rough for the clothes and whatnot. And then I combine them. I make a copy of them all, and I combine them into one cleaned. Like I copy them and I start erasing the parts that I don't need. Combine them all into one layer called the cleanup layer. Afterwards, I clean it up a little bit more and to be nice and defined. So that way, when I start working on the lines, I don't have to guess where the hell the lines are supposed to be. Here's the thing. I bring it up because Prince Goro doesn't wear a lot. Being a warrior prince of the Shokan, he doesn't really need a lot of clothes when he's fighting. So there's not a lot that I need to focus on other than basically making sure this dude's muscles are just right. So I'm thinking that the sketch is going to be pretty clean as it is. No need for a cleanup sketch, but we'll see. Right now, at this point, I'm just trying to make sure that the sheer build of the man looks right. And because of that, I'm probably going to give all the details that I need in our initial rough. Hence the idea that I might not need an actual cleanup layer, but we'll see. What I am having issues with is knowing exactly where his eyes are supposed to be, because like the original Goro, his eyes, like he's got some big old thick brows, like big old thick brows with no hair on his eyebrows, just like, but you know he's got the brows. They're just his skull itself, just the brow is thick. But so are his cheekbones. His brows are thick, his cheekbones are thick. So trying to make sure you get his actual like eyes, it's a little tricky for me right now. Because it looks almost, because his whole eyeball seems to be just red. Looks almost like a demonic skull almost. I mean, if you ignore the fact that there's skin over him, it looks like there's barely any legitimate, like, it looks like his skin is actually really thin, or at least stretched tightly around his skull, because there's not a lot of like extra features here. Like his skin is very tight, if like the way his lips look or anything, which makes it really hard to tell exactly. And also there's just his eye sockets are just super deep, so it's really tricky for me right now to get that feel. So I'm gonna do is I'm going to block in the shadows like this. I'm using a lot of references from the comics to get this idea right here, to get a general idea of where everything is. And this is probably going to help me in the long run, because while I'm building up the shadows here and the details here, this will help me to figure out exactly what stuff will have to be colored, what needs to be colored once we finally get to the coloring aspect. keep wanting to make it a little more narrow. I want to. The guy's got a. He's got just a slightly more narrow. There we go. Something like that. I'm gonna use the free transform tool right here to kind of get it just right. I think that'll do. Compare the two. Boop, boop. Yeah, I think that'll work. Woof. Back it up a little bit. Zoom it in a little bit. Let's try it again. Flip. Yeah, that should do. I think that'll work. Now for an idea of what the mouse is going to look like. How does a warrior prince like Goro show some type of slight joy without looking too clownish? Like, I can't picture the prince smiling much, but at the same time, he should at least show a little bit of pride in his victory, especially because his deceptive plan. Where there we go, something slight. But again, the weird thing about the Shokan, or at least the males, is these dry looking lips. It's like they barely really have lips. Something like this. Don't want it to be too dry looking though. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna boot up some references from the more recent versions of Goro. Because this is supposed to be a younger version of him. This is him before he met Shang Tsung, and therefore thus it's before he actually participated in the Mortal Kombat tournament. That said, he didn't age that much after he entered the tournament. It happens once every, well, at least on the Earth, it happens once every 50 years. Once every quote-unquote generation. So yeah, about 50 years. Once he actually defeated Kung Lao, who was then champion at the champion at the time, and started the reigning streak for the Outworld, Goro stops aging. Because for those who don't know, in the Mortal Kombat tournament, whoever is the champion is expected to show for the next tournament to defend. So, essentially, the grand prize for becoming champion is a form of immortality. By that I mean you don't age a single day until the next tournament. So Kung Lao was the same age when he fought Goro, the same time he was at the same age he was when he fought Shang Tsung for the first time. Well, the only time he didn't get a chance to do it again. I bring this up because while I say Goro needs to look a little younger, I don't know how much younger it's supposed to be. I don't know how much time had actually passed. I don't know how many years it had been before Shang Tsung invited him to the tournament, and how many years it had passed since this particular fight with Durak. But he didn't age a single day after he took out Kung Lao. So when Liu Kang fights him in the first game, he was around the same age. He was the exact same age. The only difference is that he was probably even stronger because someone like Goro is probably constantly training. The problem is, good luck finding some decent competition for a freaking Shokan. He was probably bored as hell. Something like that. This is what happens when I get a little too into the sketching process. I get into it, man. This is how this is what my sketches tend to look like when I'm on pencil and paper. And yes, I do have several like blue lead pencils. A little relic of my time in art college. They really recommended having these light blue ones, to have these to help you see your sketches and whatnot. And that way, if you really want to darken them, you can use like your usual graphite, usual pencils and whatnot. One thing I don't understand is I'm looking at the classic Goro, and I'm just thinking, what exactly what are these spikes on his head? He's got like, I want to say 6 of them, like on his forehead, maybe 8 of them. I'm gonna show you. It's like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I get it. Like, he's supposed to be of like a draconic species. I think they're like 2 different types of Shokan. There's like the Tiger Clan, and then there's the Dragon Clan. The one tiger we see is of course Kintaro in Mortal Kombat 2. Time to add the top knot, or whatever you call this thing. If I weren't drawing this particular, like, at this particular angle, and I was trying to draw the actual tribute to his father, I would have drawn King Gorbak as well. But the thing is, I'm not entirely sure which version of Gorbak I would have drawn. There's the classic, there's the, not only to say classic, is the non-canon version we see in The Journey Begins, which just looks like Goro, just super generic looking Shokan looking guy. It doesn't even look that important. He's just sitting on the throne. Or if I should draw the version of Gorbak from the Mortal Kombat X comic, who honestly I think looks super cool. I just think we need more Shokan. I like Shokan. The designs of the Shokan are pretty cool. you can go a lot. You can do a lot with this species. If only they would allow some actual importance for these Shokan. Like, when's the last time were any of the Shokan important? And no, giving a chapter to freaking Shiva in Mortal Kombat 11 isn't good enough. Because honestly, what the hell did she do exactly? Condescend to people, that's about it. Really pronounce, make them traps a bit thicker. Yeah, big old thick traps. Guy's got big old set of traps, big old thick neck, big old thick everything. He probably does have a big old thick everything. And the reason why I say that is according to the bio, Goro, his original bio, Goro has 7 freaking wives. So I'm assuming that he's got a big old thick something to keep them all satisfied. I've never understood the appeal of like a harem. I never saw the appeal. It's just I don't see why anyone would want that. Then again, I'm not exactly a people person myself, so the idea of living with several people and expecting to keep them all happy and satisfied, bro, I don't even know what happiness feels like. I wouldn't recognize it even if I felt it. The idea of trying to implement that for everybody else, hard no. If I may borrow a phrase from someone I heard a few years ago, keeping several people like that happy in one household is like riding a bicycle downhill with one wheel. That's a neat trick and it looks cool too, but we all know you're not going to be able to maintain that balance for long and the end result is going to hurt. It's like the more I'm drawing, the more I'm cleaning up the sketch, the more I keep thinking that I want to make the dude even bigger. It's like, he's a gigantic anthropomorphic dragon. He needs to be bigger. I gotta be careful. I gotta zoom out more often because otherwise I will make him bigger. And nothing's gonna fit in the on the canvas. Some of that, maybe some of that. I need to stop like leaning to the side. Something I constantly do when I'm drawing. Like I'm constantly like, is this where I want it? It's a bad habit. I can't stop. Like I shouldn't be moving the canvas so that I'm not moving, so I don't have to move my head, but I can't help it. It's like I want to get all those angles just right. adjust this a little bit so you can see more of the bicep itself, which connects. Let this bulge out a little bit. Make it a little more, a little bulkier. Try to get just that right amount, just that right blend, just that right amount of like roundness and blockiness. Because some muscle is going to be round, some of it can be a little beefy, especially if it's flexed. Blocking the shadow real quick. Blocking another one. Some of the stuff is definitely gonna be a bit darker, so I'm gonna go ahead and just block those in real quick so I have an idea of where I want the shading to be. Even though they're not gonna be all black like in a comic book. Still want to have a basic idea where I want everything to be. Something like that. Wait a minute. Just the shape, just might want to make it a little lower. I don't like second guessing myself, but sometimes it just something looks a little weird. I just want to immediately correct it while I still got a minute. Because if I forget it now, I might forget it completely. And by the time I start inking it, it's like I look back and I'm like, ugh. Ugh. I don't remember the last time I've cleaned up the initial sketch this thoroughly, but I should probably do that more often. It reminds me of how much I really like just doing rough sketches of stuff. This dude is 8 feet 2 inches tall. No wonder he doesn't wear clothes. Good luck finding some garments that are his size. Dude, I didn't know they made him. Make the muscle pop out a little bit. The muscle fibers. The meat part of you. The muscles. Is that dragon meat or man meat? Sorry, I'm rambling. I don't know if I've said this, but if I start saying things that are just completely weird or out of nowhere, I apologize in advance. Sometimes my brain won't shut the hell up, and I start thinking out loud, and I will say things that you will have no idea what I'm on about. I have confused many a human with that. But when you're just kind of doing everything by yourself, sometimes you get a little unfortunate, especially during times during the pandemic. You just granted, I wasn't by myself during the pandemic. I was technically working. I won't say where, but yeah, I was doing one of those jobs where it's kind of essential. I digress. I have this situation when when I'm just by my onesies, just thinking. I just got used to just saying my thoughts out loud, just to help make sure what I'm thinking of is making sense. Sometimes, you ever do that? You ever just say something out loud so you know what it sounds like before you use it in a real world situation? I think that's the big issue with me. Like, constantly second guessing what I'm saying and making sure it makes sense. So it's best to say it to myself to know if it sounds right or not before I say it out loud. But then I end up saying it out loud. And if there's someone else in the room, it's like, what did you say? There's definitely some shadows here. Out some more details on that big old collarbone. Now for that one thing I mentioned, the second row of pecs, this is where things are going to get a little strange, because where the ribs are usually being shown, I'm going to take a second layer of pectorals on top of where the ribs are. So instead of pecs, then the ribs, it'll be pecs and more pecs, and then the ribs. This will also make him appear, this will also help ensure why he's so much taller. He is 8 feet 2. So an extra row of that definitely makes sense. What? But since I'm doing this may seem just might look a little strange, might look a little off, but then again, Shokan biology and anatomy is already a little strange. So what's a little creative license, huh? Just for the sake of trying to make sense of this. You want these arms to be useful. You need the proper build for it. What's the point of having 4 arms if the lower ones can't properly move, huh? I'm not even sure if what I'm saying even makes sense, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And then the ribs will be right around here. You see them start to show up right around here, underneath the pectoral. There you go. Something like that. Let's clean up the upper left arm. And thanks to the fact that I'm cleaning this up and I'm looking at as many references for Prince Goro as I can, I'm unfortunately starting to hit that point where I want to add even more details, even though this is just a rough sketch. It's going to get to that point where I'm not entirely sure if I'm adding the right details in the right locations, but this is the issue with me, man. I like muscle. I like drawing muscle, and I will occasionally accidentally do like a Baki the Grappler situation, and I start drawing muscles that don't really exist. Now what I'm doing now is, because here comes that overzealous part. I start doing stuff like this. Now I'm starting to draw the veins. I didn't even need to draw the veins, but here we go. We starting to do it, because once I really get into the whole muscle thing, sometimes this happens. It also helps that it doesn't do me any favors at all to know that some of the references also got the veins, so that too is like an incentive to, like, oh, I mean, that's a good idea. Let me put some of those in there too. Right now I should be just cleaning it up and just getting a basic idea, but I'm over here essentially finalizing the design before the lines come out. I could just take my time and just do it in several different layers, several different sketch layers, but no, we're just gonna go ahead and go all in. Build it here. Black out the shadow a little bit. Block one down here. I keep moving my head down to getting a little closer. I need to stop that. I ain't got time for no posture check. It's always time for a posture check. Yeah, but we're not doing it. Stop. Thinking out loud again. Sheesh. That's making me want to make. It's got me thinking that the one shoulder's a little bit bigger. And make this. In that case, let me make this one bigger. Now for fingers. Different variations of him and these fingers, man. It's gonna be a little strange. Does he have dinosaur fingers? Does he have Ninja Turtle fingers? It's a little tricky. Speaking, and I just remembered something. Since I mentioned Ninja Turtles, there's one thing I really want to do. Since I specialized technically in not 2D illustration, even though that's something I grew up with, but I got a college degree in 3D animation. There's one thing I really want to be able to do one of these days, and that's I want to be able to make. I'm going to eventually do my own version, similar to how I'm doing my own take on Goro's ascension into the status of prince as he kills his brother. I had this idea of one day doing an animation recreating the 1995 movie's scene where Goro fights Art Lean. Because I read a little bit of the novelization, and according to the novelization, Art actually put up a decent fight, which he most certainly did not really do in the film. That was an absolute curb stomp. And so, what I would like to do is animate my own version. I'd like to make my own CG models for Goro and Art one of these days, and have the show a fight more fitting of the novelization. In the novelization, it doesn't really say how it went per se, but it does say that Art really held his own for a while. So it clearly wasn't a flawless victory. Then again, it wasn't a flawless victory in the actual movie either, for freaking sake. And in the film, he picks up Art after he's about to end it. Raises a fist, says time to die, as Shang Tsung yells at him to finish him. And then he just clubs him in the shoulder, it looks like, to end it. In the novelization, when he picks him up, he looks at Art and actually tells him, "You fought well." Then Shang Tsung tells him to finish him, and then he does what he would do to you in the actual arcade game. He would just boom 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 boom, just beat on you like a bongo drum, which is a lot more fitting way for Art to get his warrior's death, instead of just a dismissive, almost condescending club to the shoulder. And you don't even have to show it in the movie. Blood and Bone, a straight to DVD film, had a scene that shows exactly what you could have done to keep it PG-13 if that's what you needed to do. That movie wasn't PG-13, but it did show something they could have done. Bob Sapp's character, the Hammerman, knocks his opponent down. It was early on in the movie. I'm not even gonna give you the spoil. It's not the character he does this to was not that important. He was kind of cool though, but he not in a street fight. He knocks him down, and then he just gives him the full mount, and then it just cuts to the victim's like point of view, and you just see Bob go full King Kong. They could have done that for the Goro Art fight, especially because they also they had a camera for the Johnny Cage Scorpion fight that they could hit it, because it was contained, I think, in like a container, I think it was like a hard glass or a hard plastic container, something to protect the camera, but they could go and hit, like, they give you like a point of view to look like Scorpion is just punching you right in the face. They could have done something similar to that for Goro. The big issue, the only thing I can think of that wouldn't have allowed them to do that is because he was using his upper arms, and in the film Goro was half a person in a suit. In the lower half of Goro was a guy in a suit in his arms, and then on top of him was the other half of Goro, which was all animatronics. If they could have made a version of that of Goro that allowed someone to use the upper arms, they could have done the boom 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 from that point of view, and I thought it would have been cool. These are the things I think too hard about, that no one else cares. I overthink these things, but that's mainly because while I'm no filmmaker, I am an animation guy. and I'm always like thinking about what we can do to improve so and so. I'm not even sure if it's my place to do that. As an animation guy, am I in any position to be talking about the choreography, or am I supposed to just be quiet and do as I'm given? Like, if I'm working in a studio, how much creative sway would I ever have? Like, would they ever pull me in to like one of the storyboarding processes and ask for my thoughts? Would they ever get my two cents in? Let me get my 2 cents in. Would they ever ask for my thoughts? Would I ever reach that level of reliability or trust that in the script they would pull a Monty Ohm and say, insert Reverend animation here? The two warriors bow to each other. The host of the tournament says begin. And then the storyboard just cuts to black and says, Reverend, do your thing. I highly doubt it. But these are the things I overthink about. How do we improve this? How do we improve that? What were they thinking when they did this? Was there something they could have done with what limits they had, within their own limits that they had, to make this better? And I'd like to point out right now, there's nothing wrong with thinking something that you like can be improved upon. I don't know where it started and why it's perpetuating, but there's this ridiculous idea, at least online, that that you are all one side or all the other side. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up a can of wasps and bring up something that is kind of touchy for some folks because of the controversy and the confusion and the let's not mention so and so kind of situation going on for the series RWBY. There's been a lot of back and forth towards certain creative decisions for RWBY. And there's no telling what's going to happen with the series now that Rooster Teeth has gone under and the intellectual property has been purchased by Viz Media. But I'm going to go ahead and say one very important thing. I still, despite all the crap that's happened, will consider myself a fan of the RWBY series. I just absolutely refuse to engage in the fandom. There's a lot of stubborn folks out there, a lot of mean folks, a lot of rude folks, a lot of sick folks, and a lot of people who don't even seem to be fans but just shippers. It's just a lot of nonsense out there, and it seems that a lot of people, and I think the issue is that there are a lot of kids. I'm not even gonna say younger folk because I'm not old or anything. I'm just old enough to drink. I'm just gonna say there are a bunch of people that are probably kids who don't know any better that have unfortunately been conditioned in this idiotic all or nothing mindset that if you like something, you are obligated to like every single part of it. And that's just not the case, guys. That's just bull and a half. That's a boatload and a half of bull crap. I'm a fan of Mortal Kombat as well. And I will tell you right now, there's some things they did that should never have happened. I'm definitely a fan of the Tekken series, one of my absolute favorite franchises of all time, and I'm telling you right now, I don't care if he is one of my absolute favorite characters. They should have just let Heihachi Mishima stay dead. Just would it kill you guys to just let them die? Let characters die? without, and I mean let them die without even replacements. I mean, it makes sense in some situations, like King. I think he was the only one who actually died to the ogre in Tekken 3. And then he was replaced by an orphan from King's orphanage, trained by King's own rival, Armor King. That makes sense. That is cool, and that is a cool little nod to how certain luchadors actually carry on the legacy. You never see who's behind the mask, so you can keep bringing in more people to wear the mask, and that's fine, man. That is absolutely cool. Cool with me, especially because I'm a fan of pro wrestling as well, and it's okay seeing someone carry on the legacy of a particular luchador. But then there's stuff like what is happening with Heihachi Mishima. Heihachi was originally going to he looked like he was going to be dead by the time of Tekken 5. Turns out in that same game he's not dead. He was just unconscious for several months after the explosion of the Temple of Honmaru. Then Tekken 7, the big climactic final battle between him and his son Kazuya. He reveals to the world a bunch of content, like to the narrator reporter guy, about what really happened to Kazuya, how it wasn't an accident, how him falling into a ravine, and any of that stuff, and the quote-unquote real reason why he did it in the first place. Heihachi's not very reliable, so I can't really say if he really meant what he said and all that. It could all just be a bunch of bullcrap for the sake of brownie points, just in case he survives. Which he does. He, unfortunately, by the time of Tekken 8, we get confirmation he's not dead. He was supposedly shot, just punched so hard in the heart that it stops. And then Kazuya dumps him into a volcano, kind of like what Heihachi did to Kazuya in Tekken 2. By the time of Tekken 2, Heihachi wins the second tournament, beats Kazuya, and to make sure he stays dead this time, he actually dumps him not off a cliff, but into a freaking active volcano which erupts. I don't know how his body was still left intact. I think the devil gene just kind of helped to preserve his body, but eventually we find out that not only did Kazuya die, but was intact, but his body was actually recovered by the G Corporation. He was resurrected. I don't know how they did that. But the story about Heihachi surviving, that's even more bull. At least what happened with Kazuya is a little more believable, all things considered. I'll spare you the details just in case you haven't seen what happens. That's still relatively fresh. But then there's the stuff that's going on with the Ruby series. There's a lot of questionable decisions that they made. But a lot of people are under this impression that again, the kids are under this impression that you can't say that. That you can't say that that there's something a little janky. There's a little something that makes no sense, something that feels a bit forced. That it seems like you guys are less interested in the story, more about pandering. You can't say any of that. You can't even say something that I'm more concerned about, like ever since y'all made the change from Poser to Maya, it seems like the animation's gotten lazier. Yeah, it's smoother, more frames per second, the facial features are impressive, and the lip syncing is finally smooth and believable. But that's all there is. That's actually improved. Everything else is almost like nothing but rough drafts. The animation is just one thing. Another issue is the fact that the sheer genre of the series feels like it changed up from like a futuristic kind of situation with a almost Japanese anime inspired like fantasy vibe, and goes straight to classic Western high fantasy. Why? I'm not getting it. Why'd you do that? characters start to become a little more flanderized, but that's to be expected for almost any series that goes on for far too long. Certain characters seem to be written so poorly that the world itself has to be rewritten to make it sound like they're always right. There are certain characters that we're supposed to support at all times, but the writers don't seem to know how to write them in a way that they can be relatable or someone we can empathize with or sympathize with. And it gets to the point where a lot of people online would say that no, so-and-so that's supposed to be in the right is totally wrong. The person we're being told to dislike, no, they're in the right. And what happens? They get completely rewritten into something unlikable so that we won't feel bad when they're killed off. I can't stress this enough that if you're going to make a hateable character, this won't automatically make us like a character that you've already made unlikable. Like if you make a character that we already agreed with suddenly just a shell of their former selves, this isn't gonna automatically make us cheer for whoever is getting rid of them or the people that we already disagreed with. It seems like they had an idea of where they wanted the audience to go and who they wished to support, and when that didn't happen, they didn't know what to do. Almost like lashing out. This is just my personal take on it, but it feels almost just based on what we're seeing that they were kind of lashing out on the people who didn't just agree with them. And I think that mindset kind of seeped into the mindset of the younger, the kids who are relatively new to the series, who didn't grow up around it, but it just recently learned about it. And maybe, some of the ass kissers who are doing this just to get in the good graces of certain companies and kind of studios. But with even all of that, I still would argue that I like the series, or at least what it used to be, and because of that, I don't want it to be in this position where there's so much bile and vitriol and just toxicity. There are certain decisions they made about certain characters and characterization that seem to feel like, that makes it feel like whoever's writing the story hasn't been around long enough to see what these characters are really like, or they just don't really care about what transpired in previous seasons, and have now decided that these characters are going to be whatever they want them to be, and anyone who's got a problem with it should be considered in the wrong. And this includes not just the viewers who are told don't watch, but also other characters in story. It's a case of there are certain characters that are essentially being pushed by the sheer writing to be seen as in the right, even if they're not. And by that I mean, how do I say this without giving too many spoilers for this series? Let's say one of the main cast has a plan, and the plan is overly optimistic, like impossibly optimistic. Like, let's say this doesn't actually happen, thank goodness, but let's say the main team is under the impression they could literally stop one of the most dangerous enemies in the series with, like, for example, the power of friendship. Everyone around them, there are going to be some people out there who, rightfully so, would tell them that's a dumb idea. They don't have the same capabilities as normal people, and they don't have friends. You try that crap, you will die. You're just going to have to fight. This person would then be told to the audience by the script Not through any not through legitimate means by the way the setting is, but basically just being talked down to, or having something stupid happen to them. They're trying to tell us, the audience, that the person who is arguing with this plan is in the wrong by default because they dare disagree with the main characters. It's like we're not supposed to ever think that the main characters can ever be wrong about anything. But a quick reminder that the main team in Team Ruby, are composed of a bunch of kids. And let's be honest, high schoolers are not the smartest. They can be a little too optimistic that things are going to be okay, when in reality that's just not the case. And sometimes, life is going to bitch slap you in the face, and that's okay, because you learn from that. It's just that sometimes the series tries to portray as that these kids don't need to learn anything, and that the rest of the world needs to just say that they're right and agree with their plans. If it's almost like what happened with Captain America versus Iron Man in Civil War, like the idea that one is trying to be pragmatic, the other one is too optimistic, thinking you could save everyone, but you can't. So whose side are you on? Are you going to try to save everyone, or are you going to try to save the most you can in a manner that's the most efficient? Whoever was writing at Rooster Teeth at the time, it was basically trying to say that you have to take the optimistic route, or you're awful. Not so. You can't save them all, Hasselhoff. And there's some people who are beyond help. There's some people that you just need to put them down. And but then not everyone needs to be put down just because you don't like them. I think there was just a lot of weird priorities going on at that studio, and the series suffered because of it. There's a reason why there's a lot of people who want to, or making like rewrites, because much like the Reverend, they still see a lot of great potential in that series. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done from people who actually care, and it feels like some of these writers there didn't really care, or they just didn't know any better, and they just couldn't just accept the fact that they were screwing up. It might have been an insecurity kind of thing. But me pointing this out, the point that I'm getting at, because I'm rambling, I apologize, but the thing I want to get at is that just because I think they messed up does not justify anyone accusing me of just hating the series and everything there is to it. That's some bull and a half. If I weren't concerned about this series being good, I wouldn't say this. And I think people need to stop being afraid to speak their mind about the series that they like, that they wish would improve. I think and since I'm drawing some Mortal Kombat fan art, it actually reminds me of someone on YouTube, Sonic High XD, who actually had to stress this, actually had to point this out in one of his videos. I think at the time of this recording, he's just recently released a video. I should check it out when I have a minute. But he did a video on the Mortal Kombat 1995 movie, and at the end, slight spoilers, he brings up the fact that he would get a lot of accusatory comments. Basically, it was a case of a bunch of people assuming that because he's not saying nothing but praise for the Mortal Kombat series, Again, this is a whole all or nothing thing. They're basically saying since he's being so critical about it and he's not just singing its praises, he must hate Mortal Kombat. And if he hates it so damn bad, why doesn't he just be quiet, go away, and talk about something he likes and stop hating on it? First and foremost, he can do whatever the hell he damn well wants. You mind your damn business. If he wants to bitch about something he hates or something he likes, it's his prerogative. Why don't you stop watching his videos, walk away, and stop giving yourself something to be upset about? Second, he talks about, kind of like what I was talking about with Ruby, that he's so critical of it because he likes it. He likes the Mortal Kombat series, and that's why he wants it to be as best as it can be. So if there's something, and I can't stress this enough, if there's something that you like, that is all the more reason. That is all the incentive you need to point out when something about it is bad. Tekken, that's my jam. And I'll tell you, certain characters have no reason to still be alive, and certain characters were not given their proper acts, a proper part in the story when they really should have. One of my biggest gripes of, you're lucky I don't have like a light on right now. Like I have something I want to add onto my stream, little asset that I might pop up here one of these days. Because I swear I'm about to go full on like rant mode at this point. But in Tekken 5, we're introduced to another member of the Kazama family. In Tekken 2, we get Jun Kazama. In Tekken 3, we get her son Jin. In Tekken 5, we get Jun's niece, I think, and by extension Jin's cousin, Asuka. In her ending, it's implied that much like Jun in Tekken Tag 1, Asuka's got the ability to kind of neutralize or at least suppress the devil gene. So if Jin goes out of control, she would be able to kind of keep him in check, which is also hinted at during Kazuya's ending in Tekken 4, about how the devil transformation might be negated or at least suppressed by the Kazama blood. Unfortunately, Asuka's ending went from serious, oh crap, there's some potential here, to a stupid, classic Japanese anime trope where the dude accidentally somehow falls face first into a female's chest and doesn't get up for an uncomfortable amount of time, and by the time they finally break off, the girl's pissed off, there's no conversation to be had, she hits him and storms off mad. And Jin's remark to that is my remark to the whole ending in general. What was that all about? They had a perfect opportunity to make her an integral part of the story, especially when you consider that everyone was under the impression that Jun was dead or was probably never going to show up outside of a non-canon story. And you're just going to do that? And then to make matters worse, by the time of the expansion, Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, we get introduced to Lily Roquefort, who, in time, starts taking a liking to Asuka and, according to her butler Sebastian, is trying to make friends with her by being the most annoying rich girl ever. By the time of Tekken 6, Asuka's not doing anything of any actual value regarding her cousin Jin, even though he started World War III. Even though, according to Alisa, Asuka said she was going to, when she finds Jin, she's going to personally fry his ass. which makes it seem like she was really gonna do something to, actually something that mattered. But by the time of Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 7, what actually happens with Asuka? Not a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn thing. She just becomes the unwilling participant of a one-sided rivalry with Lily, who will not take a hint and will not leave her alone. So now they're just kind of teaming up as not quite friends, not quite rivals, but two almost like an odd couple. And I frankly don't understand the appeal. This just feels like wasted potential for both of them. It's like Lily has nothing important to do but help take one potentially important character and keep her sidelined. And from the story of what was going on in Tekken 8 concerning the introduction of Reina, I'm worried that she's going to have to suffer a similar fate too. And it's just like, why? Why? You have all these cool characters, you're not going to use them properly? Why? Why? So stupid. Let me stop before I legitimately go into a literal rant, because I will. But I want to save that for when I have an asset to let you guys know that the rant is about to happen. So that way when I save a highlight on this, you can skip it, because some people, they don't want to deal with rants. Some of you might want to hear it though. But we'll save that for when it's... Save all that for another time. Do you have any proper references for the toes? Dragon toes. That's a thing. If I ever actually do the animation for Goro and art, actually, yeah, I was gonna say when I do, but I might get into a car accident one of these days. If I ever do get into that, get to actually doing that, I know there's gonna be one. There are two things I need to keep in mind. One, I'm going to have to get someone to be able to voice Goro and potentially Shang Tsung and Johnny Cage for the few things that I'm going to need voiced. And two, there's one thing that I must add is absolutely essential. It's not the better fatality. It's not art actually putting up a fight. It's not Goro showing some actual respect before granting Art a warrior's death. It's not even another version of Shang Tsung taking his soul. It's the one thing I need to add is the one part where the two Goro fanboys start losing their shit as they just look at each other and are like, yeah, yeah, Goro. That was one of the dude. That's one of the things that I cannot stop laughing at every time I replay those that fight. Every time I rewatch the Art Goro fight, those guys, and then there's the match with Goro versus Johnny Cage. They're still there, and they're still just looking at each other like, yeah. It's funny. Gotta add those guys. I'm gonna have to make another version of those guys. This is not looking bad. Not looking bad. The idea of making this the straight up cleanup stage instead of just the standard rough, definitely worth it. This is looking pretty good. I am gonna make a quick extra layer right here though, because I'm gonna just to first save. Holy crap! I just realized I went over 2 hours, and I ain't saved once. Don't do that, folks. Don't do that. Save often. I've been too busy talking. I completely forgot I didn't do that. Anyway. Gonna do this to just wanna make it a little more believable, like, build for Durak as he's fallen. There we go. Something like this. Something like that. Just gonna block that out. There we go. Ooh, it's a long way down. Sure how I'm gonna make this look on the in the coloring stage, but we'll get there when we get there. make that a little bulkier. He is the older brother. He'd be just as bulky as Goro, I'd argue. I do wonder how many wives King Gorbak had, because Durak was he was dark-skinned, much darker compared to Prince Goro. So I wonder if they had the same mother or just the same father. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. Yeah. This is gonna be one of those situations. This is one of the downsides to having this like sketches like this, because I'm liking what I've got here, and I know that something's gonna be gone and missing once I start really working on the lines and the colors. It's gonna be real tough maintaining like something like this. But we do have a relatively clean sketch, so we can skip the cleanup. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and just start with the. I'm just gonna start with the lines. Oh, man. I actually had to work on Thanksgiving, so I'm still kind of really ragged and tired. So I don't know if I'm gonna actually finish this tonight. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to. Well, I might. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know when I'm gonna go to sleep. I am a nocturnal animal after all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the lines, maybe blocking the roughs, and then I'll discern. I might call it for the stream, and then I'll come back to it a little bit later, maybe in the morning. The sooner I get it done, the better. I want to get it done before the end of the weekend anyway. I got a lot of stuff I gotta prepare for the next week, next month. I don't even know if I have enough money for for Christmas shopping. Ugh. Anyway, let's go ahead and get the lines in before we call. Let's do it. What I'm worried about though is what type of pen I want to use. I've got several different lines, several different pens for several different types of lines and whatnot, and I'm not quite sure what type I want. I think I'm gonna use this one. Just gotta make it smaller. Wait! What just happened right there was I'm using the mouse wheel, but the wheel was right underneath like the scroll bar itself, which just automatically. So if you use your mouse wheel while your cursor's on the scroll wheel, that happens. That happens, and I keep forgetting where my cursor is, and that happens. It's so annoying. Anyway, let's just go ahead and get this done. The more meditative part of digital illustration for me. This might be the part. If I don't start talking, I'm going to legitimately zone out and just kind of go. So this if I don't start talking, I'm gonna get real quiet. If I don't focus, because I literally just kind of go into a zone when I just start doing the line art. Because it's really just a case of just the most fundamental of fundamentals, and when it comes to practicing, it's a case of okay, connect dot A to dot B. Follow the line, follow the path properly. Do I like those lines though? I don't think I'm digging it. Try a different line. I'm not entirely sure how I want these lines to look, so give me a minute. I'm gonna try a couple things and see if they work or not. I keep trying to rush / take my time. Ultimately, whenever it gets done, it's whenever it gets done. Things just have not, like, just like life, this drawing is not necessarily going according to plan, but it's gonna be alright as long as it gets done. Let me take a look at that. Zooming out a little bit. Yeah. I think this will work. We'll go for that. We'll use this one. So I got several different pens for several different styles. And it's mainly because that's how I was taught in school to never have one style. Because you never know what your client's gonna need from you. So you need to be able to do anything and everything whenever it's necessary. So I got a pen for more painterly type of lines. A pen for really clean, like almost anime lines. Like if I was actually doing an animation, everything's got to be clean and on model. And this one is supposed to essentially replicate like one of those like Mili pens, those really thin like marker pens, which is the type of pen I used to use when I was inking stuff IRL, like when I'm drawing analog, of course, you know. Some of the first things I've ever done in like a manga style and posted online was inked with one of these like really thin like Sakura marker pens, like Sakura Pigma. I think that's what they were called. So, upon realizing that I have these upon that realization that I was constantly using like pens like that rather than like actual like G pens and whatnot, I wanted to replicate that feel when I'm doing it digitally. Hence me constantly trying out different. This is a custom brush. And I looked up several different types of pens and brush tools, and with my own presets, my own ideas, and like my own like adjustments here and there, and mixing different types of like textures or brush shapes. I've got something that's somewhat similar to that type of pen. I highly recommend finding out what type of pen suits you and making your own custom version of it. Because a pen that works for me is most likely not going to work for anyone else, because the way I hold the pen is a little unorthodox, especially after the whole frostbite incident. Oof. Don't get me wrong, like when you first get started, I totally understand wanting to know how everybody else's pens work and whatnot, what type of pens you're using, what type of brushes you're using. But more often than not, unless you're trying to replicate someone else's exact art style, it's not going to work, because the way you draw is going to be completely different. And even if you do use their pen tool, whoever it is, chances are you're going to have to adjust it and modify it anyway, because tool pressure, pen pressure, your particular the amount of pressure you apply on your stylus and whatnot, it's always going to be different. Like I personally draw really light and sketchy, so I have to crank up the pressure sensitivity in one direction so the monitor can actually read what I'm doing. Granted, this might teach me to apply a little more pressure when necessary, but the way I apply pressure won't be the same way you apply pressure. So when people get really salty that certain artists don't like offer their pens or brushes for download, I think they're I think their priorities are a little jank. It's not the tool, it's the one using the tool. And besides, more often than not, the tool that a lot of people are using are just modified versions of default brushes. The only real difference between the brush I'm using and several defaults would be the texture. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, let me see what texture I'm using. Am I using? Yeah. I'm using a particular type of texture that's supposed to replicate paper. That's about it. Hold on a second. I don't know what the hell happened there. Everything just went flippity flop for a second. Yeah, the only thing I really want to properly replicate when it comes to some of these pens is the feel that I'm drawing on paper. That feel that what you're doing is on legitimate paper and could be mistaken for an actual analog illustration, that is never going to go out of style. And I have no intention of letting go of that feel. I have no intention of unlearning how I drew originally just for the sake of maximizing my ability to draw like certain people who do digital. There's a certain feel that would be lost at that point. There's a certain feel that I have in my illustrations that I'd rather not drop. That's one of the only things that I can say is part of my quote-unquote style. Because I'm constantly doing different things, so a lot of my stuff doesn't really look the same. But if there's at least one thing that assures me that people might be able to look at my art and recognize that it's me, maybe it's this. The desperate desire to maintain some feel of analog. Yeah, a long work week combined with constantly being out in the cold, snow and all that nonsense. It's already draining as it is, but sometimes you don't realize how draining it is until you finally try to sit down and relax. Next thing you know, it's just okay. Especially if you're someone like me who doesn't want to relax but wants to actually okay, now that I'm done with work for my usual job, my main employment for the week, let me get my stuff done. And then just the brain's just me. It's not like I've been drinking and yet the body doesn't want to move. There is no alcohol in this house. There is no alcohol in this facility. And yeah, I feel like if it's that situation, if I were not in pain right now, it would be the situation like the body is just like bleh, and doesn't want to move, just wants to just time to just let the body relax and recover. The reason why I can tell I most certainly have not been drinking is because if I were be drinking, I would not be in pain right now. A lot of work-related injuries. All the more reason for me to take a break every now and again for the sake of my spine. But old habits die hard. And I've got a habit of not stopping until I'm done with something. Which is why if I don't force myself to take a break, I will be at this whole illustration all damn day today. And it wouldn't even matter how long it took. I could be. It's just like what happened in the last illustration. I could be at this for 5 hours straight if necessary. But I think it would be in my best interest to actually take a break after a bit. If only so I can actually. It's mainly because if I'm sitting here staring at this desk, this screen, sorry, for as long as I am, eventually, my brain's just not gonna. It's gonna be kind of glazed over, and I'm not gonna see the myriad blah-blahs that I end up making, and just I won't be able to properly optimize my understanding for the color that I want to use on this. If I don't take a break, like the color, I know the coloring process is going to suffer. And eventually I am going to run out of patience and I will probably try to rush this. And I don't want to do that. I do want to do that, but I don't. Like I want this to look good. This is my first time drawing Prince Goro, and damn it to hell, I want this to look good. Look very good. And some of these, I got a feeling that some of these lines that I'm drawing will not make it to the end result, but I'm gonna keep it. But I'll just, if necessary, I'll hide them with a mask rather than just delete them outright, just in case I might need them. They could be an interesting guideline. Work smarter, not harder. I say work smarter, not harder, but honestly, I don't know how to work that smart in the first place. But that's the thing. Sometimes the ability to work smarter comes from continuous practice. The more you draw, the more you learn what you can and cannot do. And you start learning your own personal workarounds for things. I don't know how to do this, but I can kind of remedy it like that. It's actually something I had to learn when it comes to 3D modeling as well. There are certain techniques that people do that I just do not understand. Different methods here and there. But it's like, wait. I don't understand your method, but I do know a couple of things that it may take longer to obtain the same results, but as long as I get the same results, that's really all that matters. that ain't right at all. That looks like garbo. We'll do it like that. See, this, well, I mean, it was exactly what I was mentioning a minute ago. Those workarounds. What I was trying to do isn't looking good, so let's just find a method that kind of helps with that. That'll do. Yeah, a little bit. These lines here. There we go. Another reason why I think I will take a break after we finish the lines and drop the base colors, the flat colors, is because I want to be able to give this a nice, rich like coloring. Like I want to make sure this is gonna have a slight like realistic feel. I want this to have to get a real three-dimensional feel, which will require me to really focus on the shading of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of study off stream, because I know I'm not sleeping anytime soon, and I'm going to basically I'm going to make sure I know exactly how I want to properly color this. I don't want to be second guessing this while I'm in the middle of actually streaming. I want to know exactly what I'm doing so as then to not, you know, bore you guys. We don't need that. You didn't come here to be bored. I mean, maybe you did, in which case I question your sanity. Then again, your sanity is probably much greater than mine. All work and no play makes the rev a quite bit of being, and I once again keep finding reasons to just find more things to work on instead of find a way to just unwind. Unwinding is not my strong suit. Good thing I find line art to be meditative. Take my mind off of everything, allow me to just kind of detach from everything and just focus on the task at hand. Focus on the task at hand. But what's going to happen when the task is already complete? I'm going to have to snap back to reality, and reality can really suck. Gonna suck when I get like really fast at line art one of these days. When I like get to that level where I finish it within like 20 minutes and it's just like, oh crap. Now what do I do? I was expecting it to last 40 minutes. That means I gotta start the coloring now. And I'm not good at coloring. But then maybe one of these days I get really good at the coloring. It's like, oh crap, I'm getting too fast. It only took me 3 hours to do an illustration. It usually takes me 5. Now it's taking me only 3, maybe 2.5. Huh. Oh shoot, we got time. Might as well do a second try. I swear I'm not a workaholic. I'm not. I'm just constantly playing catch up with myself. Oh, that's good. There comes that situation. I just know sometimes you have to find that little sweet spot of how far you're going to zoom in versus how far you want to be. Like, if you're just at that right spot, you can get a nice, clean, crisp line. But then when you zoom in, it's like, ooh, something's just a little off. Just a little off. But you gotta zoom in to see it. The rest of it looks nice and clean. It's like, it will require a little touch up here and there, but man, when you zoom out, it looks nice and clean, and you're like, why can't this just be that way every time? Oh! Good thing that can. Good thing the can that I'm drinking still. Good thing I didn't knock it too hard. That the can of the thing that I was drinking. Ugh. Which, for the record, is not alcoholic. I do not have any alcohol in here. If this were a drawing stream where I wasn't trying to finish it by the end of the month, and I wasn't kind of pressed for time, maybe I would be drinking. But I'm sober. I can feel my pain so vividly right now. And that is kind of keeping me focused. That might be the reason why I'm kind of rambling right now, because it's kind of also my way of like taking my mind off the fact that my back is, my lower back is really feeling it right now. For those who don't know, it was a busted L4 L5, lifting a lot of heavy stuff. That's what happens when your workplace is constantly understaffed and you're doing a 2 to 3 person job by yourself for at least 4 hours straight a day. And every day you're like, man, I'm actually getting it done. All this stuff. I feel strong. I feel mighty. And then one day, boom! It's just like, oh, okay, that's not good. Something just happened. And then you take a day off, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. And then you you head to work the next day, and while you're driving, you're like, why can't I feel my leg? Damn it. It sucks, man. Even the doctor who saw the MRI was wondering how I was able to work 6 months with that thing. Yeah, I had to get surgery. At least I can feel my leg again. Makes driving possible properly. Some of these lines will not be necessary, but I'll worry about whether or not we get rid of them once I apply the mask. I'm gonna use a layer mask after I'm done with the lines. So that way I don't actually erase anything. Because what if I like those lines and want to bring them back on? I could just remove the mask. Consider it like an insurance policy, if you will. There we go. One thing that I like about this little mini pen that I made, I don't have to apply too much pressure to get something like that to really get something going. Once I start moving, the line width tends to stay relatively thin at this size, but if I need to fill in something for ambient occlusion, like right here, it doesn't take me much. Gets that little bit of feel of like the little run off from like an actual pen, an actual marker pen. Unfortunately, if I do try to erase it, it feels a little unnatural. It might be for the best though, because it leads to a that natural feel. Like if you check like a cell, like an animation cell for cartoons and Japanese anime, you'll notice that a lot of the lines, once you actually look close enough, looks kind of janky. It looks it's definitely uneven. You see the human error. I think that's one of the big appeals to like retro style, like 90s animation cells and all that, and in comparison to a lot of the clean digital animation processes of today, of modern years. That little bit of there's a little bit of like error, the little bit of the imperfections, a continuous reminder that people made this, and the fact that it still looks good despite its occasionally blatant error, the occasional errors you see, shows how much work and dedication went into it. Especially because there were times where you can't really go back and redo it. You don't have the opportunity. You don't have the time. You don't have the budget. You don't have the money. You don't have the power, the talent or skill, the people. You don't have enough people to properly clean it up. You gotta get that project out like right now. And granted, we still have that issue today, that situation today. But it becomes more blatant nowadays. Like, if you've seen some of the stuff nowadays, some of the like televised anime nowadays, before the Blu-rays come out, before everything's kind of cleaned up, like the initial release, the initial broadcast of, like, for example, Dragon Ball Super. You see a lot of these, like, you've seen people make jokes up from it. You've probably seen it. You've seen like stills of certain scenes where not only do the characters look just off model, they look damn near unrecognizable. It's just ugly. It's just ugly. But then the Blu-rays come out, and they have had the time to finally clean those up and make them look proper. And it's like, that's more like it. And even then, sometimes it still doesn't look very good. Then again, both times, in both scenarios, like, they don't have that much time. They got to get that stuff out like immediately. Hence the big the inconsistencies and the blatant error. It's just that it looks a lot. It seems like they're just this might just be a limited example, sample, what am I looking for? What am I trying to say? Maybe it's just a limited sample pile. But in the more digital situation going on, and the more digital animations we're getting nowadays, with their pipeline, I would argue they have less excuse to have these, and yet we've been noticing a decent amount of people. Decent lot of examples of just really messy looking stuff. Like a lot of really messy looking like in-betweens and background content. It's just, is it because we're in a rush nowadays? Because with digital content, with digital animation now, everything's got to be faster. So now people have even less time to clean it up, and therefore they have no choice for things to get even worse. Because with especially in Japan, they just keep cranking out stuff nowadays. Thousands upon thousands of shows per year. A lot of them you never hear of because not that important. Not mainstream, maybe pumped out there for the sake of a quick buck, and that's about it. Though someone's gonna get paid, someone's gonna get a little more popular for it. But the point is, there's a lot of stuff coming out now, and which means there's a lot of people working. But because of the busy schedule for a lot of these studios, there probably isn't a lot of cleanup that's going to be available, a lot of opportunity to make sure everything looks good, which might be the big reason why, despite all these great advantages we have nowadays with our digital tools, we're also seeing an increase of janky, ugly looking art in places where it really shouldn't be justified, where it really shouldn't even be seen, where it feels like there's really no justification for it. I think we're just in a rush. We just, depending on the studio, there are studios that maybe do like 1-2 projects a year, which gives them all the opportunity and the time to make sure that what they're doing looks good at all times. But you don't really have that for every studio. Some studios are doing far too much. And I think the big issue is that there are a lot of studios who don't have a lot of long-term employees. They're hiring a bunch of temps because there are a lot of people just trying to get in the industry. But much like anywhere nowadays, if you're new, you're not really wanted. The people that they would rather hire are big names in the industry, people that are well known, that have the reputation, provided they're willing to work for peanuts. I am admittedly speculating big time on some of this based on what little I know. But from what I've seen, what I've heard, what I've been told, it appears, that's all I can say, it appears that there is a significant lack of actual concern for the livelihood and the well-being of the animators out there. A lot of people are suffering, a lot of people aren't being taken care of, and needless to say, the end result is that not just the workers, but the product will suffer. Depending on the studio, you will come across some places where people are more than willing to help you out, more than willing to talk to you, more than willing to work for certain companies. There are companies that probably have some really good work morale. That people would totally recommend going to if they wish to really get somewhere in the industry. Those studios where you feel like you're actually valued. There's no doubt in my mind those exist. It's just that the more I think about it, the more it sounds like a pipe dream, because honestly, for most people, no matter what you do, no matter where you're working, if it's a studio or some other little location, I just can't help but feel like there are too many workplaces out there where you, as the employer, the employee, the person who really gets this stuff done, are not really valued. There are places out there that see you as nothing more than an automaton. They'll tell you to your face that they want you to see the company as a family, only to turn around and tell you that you are expendable. There's no doubt in my mind those type of places have to exist. And then when those employees finally had it and they leave, it somehow catches the employers by surprise. And my speculation is because they're under the impression that because the economy everywhere nowadays is so jank, they're under the impression that they don't have to worry about really giving a damn about the employees, because there's no way they're gonna leave. It's a case of, yeah, we understand things aren't very good, things aren't very ideal, but where else you little shit's gonna work? So by the time they do find a better place and they leave, those employers that weren't really concerned about them end up doing the shocked Pikachu face. And they're just wondering what in the world they do wrong. More speculation on my part, obviously, but maybe they're not surprised at all. Because many of these employers, these managers, and these higher-ups, and all these companies and all that, all these corporations, there's no doubt in my mind that many of them already know that things are kind of bullcrap, because they had to work their way up to that position somehow, yeah? Some of them, it's just a case of nepotism, but many of them, it's a case of they had to claw their way up themselves. So they already know that what the people under them are going through. But it's a case of either F you got mine, or it's a case of it's not part of your job to care. Like, they might be concerned, but their boss says you're not supposed to care about them. You're supposed to make sure they just do as they're told. You don't care about them, you just instruct them. And get rid of them if they can't hack it. Certain places have been instilling this idea that you shouldn't give a damn about your employees. And I think that might be the case of just complacency. This idea that maybe it's a case of projection, maybe it's a case that these people think that everybody's complacent, that everybody around them is kind of resigned to whatever position they're in. Because it's really difficult to find a job nowadays. You can have all the credentials necessary, and they'll still find a way to tell you that you can't have the job. So a lot of people will hold on to a job, even if it's one they hate, because they're worried they can't really find any place else. And even if they do find someplace else that says they're going to hire them, what if they give the 2 weeks notice and the person that they were supposed to hire has decided to go back on their word? Like, yeah, we're not going to do that. I mean, we'll keep your name in our files. They won't. And then they'll tell you they'll keep in touch when something's available, and then you never hear from them again. Am I speaking from experience? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that's maybe that's the situation. A lot of big corporations are under the impression that because things are getting so damn difficult for everybody, they're not even worried that people are going to leave. Not even worried that the people who were promised this and then denied it will leave. Like, people aren't really that complacent. I mean, everyone has a breaking point. You push, like, obviously not every workplace is like that. This is a bunch of speculation on my part, obviously. But if you guys have been, if you guys work, you have your own breaking point. You have your limits until you decide to kick those employers to the curb. You shouldn't have to burn your ships. You shouldn't have to really just, drop a freaking 2 weeks notice out of nowhere. You shouldn't have to march up to your boss's door and remind them that you can't treat an employee like dirt. Unfortunately, it may be a bit of a situation. Unfortunately, there are situations where it's going to happen. It shouldn't be that way. But everyone's got their story, everyone's got their issues. Hopefully soon we'll have something that can help with this nonsense. I'm over here rambling on a tangent over the future of labor right now. Workforce in general, all because of my line art reminded me of how it went from the way I do these lines to the line quality and just the art quality of like old school cell animation, frame by frame content, to whether or not people are getting properly trained to actually do these types of things, to really janky still frames for modern day anime cells, to freaking is the animation industry neglecting its workers too much, to what's the deal with certain employers treating all their employees as expendable. Just another day in the mind of the Reverend when his brain won't shut the hell up. Needless to say, when I am on the phone with my friends, we can sometimes have no clue where the hell we're going. We go from one topic to the next. Like, this is par for the course for us, man. Yeah. Good thing they're not too bothered by it, because that's just how my mind works. My brain will just keep going on to one topic to another, and it's constantly I just naturally do that. I naturally segue from one thing to another, and then eventually I have to stop and ask myself, how did we get here? Reverend, you're the one who drove us here. This whole operation was your idea. Yeah, damn it. Alright. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. Keep it up. This is what happens when I'm relaxed but sober at the same time. I'm feeling kind of confident right now. For something I've never drawn before, I think we're doing just fine. Feeling really confident about it. Even if the lines do feel like they might not fit the original aesthetic that I had in mind, I nonetheless am digging the quality. This is looking more comic-like than I originally anticipated, but I think we can make it work nonetheless. Ugh. With minimal need for cleanup. Which is good, because this might be the pen I'm gonna be needing for some future illustrations. A little spoiler for what's to come. Since I'm doing Mortal Kombat fan art, I'm just going ahead and say it. Consider this a taste of things to come. To quote Mr. Takeri Tagawa. I plan to get back to something that I've been working on for a while now, on and off. Since this is actually related to my friend Jay Saren. He and I have been working on a couple of things, and one of those things is finally nearing its completion, which allows me a little free time to finally get back to what we were working on earlier. One of the things that we've been working on that I need to get back to is our webcomic. He is an avid tabletop RPG player, and I am a fan of just the sheer idea of certain aspects of high fantasy and content like that, and I'm also constantly coming up with ridiculous ideas. And even though I don't play tabletop RPGs as often as he does, he did get me into them, and he did basically remind me how weird I get when it comes to the creative process. And also, it also reminded me how much I really like role playing. It just reminds me of improv class and drama class in school, and bro, that's some of the most fun I had in school. One of the few things that I could actually say that I enjoyed in high school, because high school is bullcrap for the most part. too many awful people. But being able to basically stump them and confuse them and make them look completely incompetent in drama class or improv class and speech class. Me and another friend of mine from high school, we had all of the fun. Especially when we got to team up for whatever it was in for whatever the assignment was. One of the things he did for one of the classes, we had to play the role of a celebrity, living or dead, and he got Tiny Tim. Oh, that was a fun one. That was fun to watch. We also got to bring our own props for that too. I ended up doing Walt Disney and got a chance to show off my ability to illustrate, drawing several different characters, one of which being Bambi. One of few things I could say got a little bit of respect from the folks there. When you're on the creative side and the different side, especially if you're short, people don't like you. But they can't deny that there's something you can do that they can't. The big difference between the arrogant jerks there and a jerk like me, besides the obvious, is that I can draw. Won't stop them from treating me like garbage, though. I don't see the appeal, man. I don't think I'll ever see the appeal. Like, is that supposed to make you feel big or something? You come across someone who doesn't act like you and you want to act like they're like some type of weird abomination. It's already bad enough that you think you can get away with putting your hands on them or pissing them off on the regular until they finally snap back and hit you. But what exactly about them? What exactly was it about them that gives these people this desire to treat them like garbage? I mean, you can't just ask a bully, why you constantly giving me crap. They'll just tell you to shut up, or tell you that they don't need to explain anything to you, or they'll just hurl another insult your way that doesn't even fit you. Say that's why. I can't really see them actually having a legitimate reason to have an issue with you being different. My speculation is they're fully aware that because you're different, people don't want to be near you, and therefore they're maybe just letting out some of their own weird sadism. It's a case of, I want to know what it's like to hurt someone, torment them, or maybe they just don't like certain people. I don't know. Maybe there's always some stupid bullcrap reason to torment someone, but I think that one of the big reasons why they go for the ones that are different is because the ones that are different are usually by their onesies, and because of that, unless they are going to defend themselves and knock you out for that, you're probably under the impression that no one's really gonna stop you if you do something. It's a case of, It's cowardice. It's a case of they seek out the ones that are isolated and all alone. Because who's actually going to be upset if you if you take, like, let's say, like Jamal, he doesn't have any friends. So if you decide to put him in a dumpster, who's gonna say anything? No one knows Jamal. No one cares about Jamal. These people, the student body, don't even know his name is Jamal. They just know him as that one guy that he doesn't have any friends. So it should be totally safe. If we want to cause trouble, if we want to see what it's like to hurt someone, we would go for Jamal, because no one cares about Jamal. The student, the faculty aren't going to do anything because they don't want the paperwork. But then what happens? When Jamal said, "I've had it with that crap," takes a damn textbook, that big social studies textbook that's always too big, bigger than it needs to be, and just goes, whoppa! Like they're plotting to do something to Jamal, and before the teacher gets there, he gets that book, just walks up behind them, and they're like, "Yo, do watch out!" Boom! Jamal knocks them out. What happens next? Suddenly, everyone acknowledges Jamal's existence. Everyone finally recognizes, oh yeah, there's that one kid that no one cares about, Jamal. I didn't know he was insane. He's not insane. It's just that you guys ignored him constantly being tormented because you never cared. Now that he's finally fighting back, it's a problem? I just don't get it. What the status quo is that people are beating up Jamal and no one cares. Now Jamal's had enough of that nonsense and is finally fighting back and is defending himself. And suddenly it's a problem. It will never not make sense to me. Sorry, it will never make sense to me. It does not make sense. And I'm not having it. There's like no justification for that idiocy. How the hell do people in high school, how the hell is so many of the kids in high school go about their day not seeing this? I can't have been the only one to see how people treat each other. In school, it happens all the time. Like you got the idiot over here constantly cussing up a storm, despite the fact that you're not supposed to be cussing in school. You got the gossipers who are constantly spreading rumors. Hey, did you hear this? Did you know so and so did that? Do you know this person's of this particular orientation? Is that true? I don't know, but let's say it isn't. But wouldn't it be hilarious if it is? Because then we can make fun of them. You got the jocks acting like because they're good at sports that they're better than you, and are under the impression that because they do sports and you're not on the sports team, you're probably super weak. So that when you outdo them in a push-up contest, it's such a blow to their ego that they'd like to kick the crap out of you. Because it goes against their presupposition that anyone who's not in the sports team must not do sports. Not the case, by the way. Not the case. Some people would do sports were it not for their grade suffering. All these different types of idiots causing trouble for no good reason. But the moment someone is trying to stop the bullcrap, now they got a problem. do we as a species just love to cause trouble? As like when we're younger, when we're like in our adolescence, do we just actively want to start some shit? Or is it a societal thing? Like, are we just hardwired or just socially conditioned to want to just ruin things? I don't get how people think that I don't see how people can see high school as some of the best, like, 4 years of their life. Bro, those are some of the worst damn years of my life because almost everyone at school was an enemy. And it's mainly because if you refuse to be someone's punching bag, if they have decided that this is your life now, as long as you're in school, this is what your role is going to be, and you just actively prevent that from happening, they don't want you at that school. I cannot stress enough how stupid it is. And I don't know when it's going to end. But it makes just no sense that people can just decide that, like, McGinnis over here is going to be their personal bitch. They decide, okay, we're going to beat this guy. We're going to mock him. We're going to throw stuff at him at class when the teacher's not looking. We're going to remind him that it's us and that he can't do anything. And it's going to be hilarious, because wouldn't it be just absolutely hilarious to see this guy get irritated at his own powerlessness? And every time he points something out and tries to get someone to get some help, they'll ignore him or say, bro, what are you talking about? We didn't see it. They didn't do anything. Their evidence for them not doing anything? Well, we didn't see it. We didn't hear anything. You're just trying to start some crap. So then what happens is McGinnis had enough of that nonsense and they'll take matters in their own hands. And then these idiots who are starting the crap in the first place, they get mad. McGinnis finally does something back and they act like it's the worst thing ever. How dare you not be our punching bag? How dare you not be our bitch? How dare you ruin our fun? Don't you know that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few? We need our entertainment in between classes, and you are our entertainment. Do not ruin this for us, or we will beat you down. And then you'll be our source of amusement by being our literal punching bag. And then McGinnis ain't having it. McGinnis says, try me. When they realize McGinnis will fight back and has the ability to fight back, I mean, sometimes, like, it doesn't always happen. Sometimes they really will beat the crap out of McGinnis. And then it'll get to the point where the faculty will have no choice but to get involved. And they'll still find a way to blame McGinnis, because that's what they always do. The victim is always the one who's going to get removed, because otherwise the school's reputation goes down the tubes. But then there's the times where there is no denying it. They know that McGinnis didn't do anything wrong, and like there's the cameras, there's eyewitnesses, there are people who actually have some integrity, and they're willing to say, yeah, McGinnis ain't the only one getting treated like crap by these guys. They do that to me too. That's me too. Or, I wanted to say something. I wanted to defend McGinnis, but these guys threatened me. Or it's a case of, yeah, I would say something, but you know, they used to do this to me all the time. Once McGinnis was their new victim, they left me alone. I feel bad about it, but I just wanted I just wanted to not get involved with them anymore. So I was just kind of hoping that maybe they'll find someone after McGinnis and leave him alone too. Sometimes it's something like that, and then they have no choice but to acknowledge, yeah, there's something wrong, but they might still find a way to make it all, to put the blame on McGinnis, and it's just like, can we not do that? And while we're at it, the guys who are treating McGinnis like this in the first place, can they just not? I don't understand why we have gotten to this point where keeping bullies complacent and quiet and maintaining the sheer just a positive reputation of a school is more important than making sure the damn school does the job properly. It's just like, it just makes no sense to me. Your job is to educate and ensure it's in a location, it's an environment that allows the education. Is it not? And if we got a bunch of bad seeds at this school, we got a bunch of awful people at your school, how in the world is it not for the best to remove them altogether? No pep rally is going to do this. No school meetup after school bullcrap is going to do anything. Is it because you're more concerned about the numbers? You get rid of one victim of bullying and keep all the bullies there for the sake of having a particular number of the student body? I really would like to be like a fly on the wall when it comes to just like these meetings. There's gotta be something that we're here that they don't tell you. There's gotta be something that certain teachers know about just how things work that they probably wouldn't tell. Like, maybe one of these days we get like a retired teacher telling you exactly what the issue is. Just a thought. Going off on another tangent. That's par for the course here. Welcome to my stream, yo. Even though I'm pretty chill right now, and that's what the point is. That's even though I'm trying to provide those chill art vibes, I will sometimes break into these long-winded ramble-ons, these tangents. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this a silhouette so you'll know exactly what it is without going into too much detail, because we don't really know if Goro had a legitimate brother. So we're just gonna have Durak be just a silhouette, so we don't exactly know what he looks entirely like. We'll just know he's a Shokan. Maybe give NetherRealm Studios an incentive to actually make Durak a real, like, canon character. Then again, knowing our luck, they'll just turn him into a joke. Don't even get me started with the characters that already have been just never given a chance. Actually, you don't have to get me started. I'm gonna say it anyway. Mortal 1 Kombat has given Mabato a chance as a cameo fighter. It's time to bring back Suhao and not treat him like doo-doo. In fact, I had a redesign idea for Suhao, no joke. And it was actually It was an idea I had like over a year ago. It was partly inspired by what NetherRealm Studios did with their version of the Joker in Mortal Kombat 11. And even though Su Hao was part of the Red Dragon rather than the Black Dragon, or wait, hold on, was he Red Dragon or was he Black Dragon? I can't remember anymore. I think he was. I want to say he was Red Dragon, but I know Movado is Red Dragon. I want to, but if Su Hao is in fact Black Dragon, my bad. But I had this idea. I had this picture idea, this illustration idea of Kano, Cabal, and Su Hao, and the motif regarding the illustration idea was vices. They had this idea, you have Kano with a bottle of booze. You have Cabal with his gas mask shooting the smoke, implying smoking. And Su Hao, I imagine him being like a gambler. So I had this idea of him just being like constantly, like he would like I had an idea of him if they did bring back Su Hao. I had this idea that he would be like his playstyle would be centered around like stuff like gambling. He would have cards, like he would have maybe like some explosive dice, like this weapons disguised as gambling tools. And one idea I had, and I don't know if it would ever work in competitive gameplay, but because it's straight up luck based as is gambling. The idea I had was that he had a Russian roulette inspired like move that would cause buffs every time. Like he pulls out the gun, you get a 1 in 6 chance. He puts it to his head. If the chamber's empty, click. It would cause like a buff, like maybe his offense goes up or his defense goes up or something like that. But if he caps himself, bah, he will lose health, obviously. But also something like, say, like a penalty, like in Mortal Kombat 9, blocking disabled, blocking disabled, something like that. And maybe to even it out, he would have like a move, like he would have that Russian roulette move. He could actually grab his opponent and have them like force them into some Russian roulette. Just this idea that his gambling nature plays into his like gameplay, and it was partly inspired by Joker and his weirdness. I just thought it would be an interesting idea. It might not work in any aspect, just an idea to throw out there. Not sure if it would work in any fighting game like legit. But I'll still say it's better than what we got with Su Hao, which is just making him a freaking joke. Someone to crap on and kill off just because people thought he was boring in freaking Deadly Alliance. I'm starting to sound a lot like my friend back in high school, the one who did Tiny Tim. Like he thought he was one of those guys who saw potential in these characters, but the reason why I didn't take it too seriously is because he's also a contrarian. He will defend to the cows come home a lot of stuff that is just doo-doo just to defend it. He's also a bit of an internet troll, so it was something that you can't really take too seriously. But there's similar situations where you take a step back, you look back at what they were saying, and you're like, you know what? Nah, let me add a point there. It's just it's one of those things that once you get a little older and you actually can take a step back and look at things from a different point of view, you can see like bro was annoying and probably was saying that for the wrong reasons. But I'm starting to see so and so has potential. This and that has potential. And it's a damn shame that we never got that. Wee! I am liking the lines. When you take a step back like this, and zoom in, zoom out a little bit, that does not look bad at all. So let's go ahead and block out some colors real quick. Oh, yeah. You guys hear that? Wee. Gotta get the right colors. Let's just block right now. Let's just block out. I just realized I did almost all the lines all on the same layer. I usually separate the lines from the face and everything, but yeah, I think we'll be all right. Man, I went all out on this. It might have been better if I didn't do that, because it's going to be a little tricky. That's alright. We're going to make this work. Expand. Alright. First things first, we're going to add some grays. We're going to add the grays. Boom. Wrong frame. Wrong layer. There we go. Cripes. Filling the whole thing just to make sure we don't miss anything. Because if you're not careful, there's going to be holes in the layers. So in the coloring scheme, in the coloring phase, we don't need that nonsense. Take your time. Take your time. While I'm at it, go ahead and just fill out all of them. Get rid of all these artifacts here. I want the whole thing full, so that way, no matter what, you don't have to worry about any of this, anything missing anything when we're starting to switch out from grays to the actual colors. Something that I've recently seen happen far too often. My most recent, that last illustration I did on stream had a lot of this issue, so I'm just going to go ahead and fill that out now. So we don't miss anything. Boom. There we go. I'll keep all this on the main color here. Come on, there we go. The rest of the colors are going to be set onto a different layer altogether for the background, including Durak over here in the. So let's go ahead and fill this real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, wrong way. There you go. No idea what the kind of minerals there would be in the ground for this, but we'll make something up. Go ahead and we're going to add an extra line here so that our magma flow is visible. Completely forgot that. My bad. There we go. It's gonna look like orange soda for a minute. Actually, I'm gonna set this as a reference. Stop double clicking, please. Thank you. I think my mouse is broken. So that way I don't have to keep going back to the. There we go. Zoom in a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Expand a little bit just in case. There we go. I'm not gonna go full black on this. There we go. Ah, missed something. Even when you expand. Wait. Even after you expand, there's still something missing here. That's why you gotta be real careful with these things, man. Even when you think you filled out all the lines, there's something missing. All these artifacts. Filling the whole thing. Some of that needs to be orange, but we will get that as soon as we fill up everything. We don't want no grays. Cover all that over there. Let's get rid of the lines real quick and see what we're missing. See what I mean? These damn artifacts, man. Expand. Expand. Fill it. This. Expand. Fill it. There we go. Almost done. With the background, at least. Oops, oops, oops. Boy. There you go. Alright, now to fill up. I'll fill up this line for. I'll fill up the flats for Goro. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, jeez, hold on. I just forgot something. I forgot you. Hold on. Hold on, man. There we go. Right, back to the flats. Not too bad. This is why you want nice clean lines. Fill it up easy. Oof, it's bright. I mean, that was dark. I mean, I'm tired. Let's bring it up a little bit. Yeah, make sure it's got some color to it. This color is honestly just almost exactly what we needed. Fill this in a little bit. Get rid of the artifacts again. Boom. Even after all the stuff, we still got some of those. That shouldn't take too long to fix. Now for the lighter shade of red for his band here. Oop. A little darker, but not entirely black. Oop. Oop. There we go. Oh, geez, I just remembered something. I forgot to draw the bands. Freaking whoops. All right. So we got time. We go ahead and just we're gonna bring those in real quick. Good thing I still kept that cleanup layer, so I could sketch this in real quick. Not necessarily using it for a cleanup, but it will be used for something. Back to the sketches, boom. I mean, granted, I don't even know if we should have, like, I don't know if he would have these on while he was fighting his brother, but for the sake of, some type of extra accuracy without the need for creative liberty, we're going to keep that in anyway. To this pen, another layer. Boom. There we go. Ooh-wee. Once I started doing the coloring, I kind of got out of my groove, man. The meditative state has been compromised. There we go. We'll be alright. Which is, once I get into the coloring stage, I kind of start rushing. Boy, now the pen's messing with me. Let's turn off the roughs real quick. go ahead and erase. Oh, jeez. There's some artifacts anyway. Clean that. Oi! Switch. There you go. Clean it up a little bit. Alright, that ought to do it. Now select go. Now select the entire all the braces. Boom. There we go. That ought to do it. Now, last thing to fill out is this egg. Just to make it stand out, we're going to make it like a light blue. And we'll worry about the accuracy for that later. So here's what we got so far. Just to give the background, just before we wrap it up, give the background a little something extra. And to maintain focus on Goro himself, we're going to add a little effect here. A little bit of hatching, a little bit of goth, a little bit of hatching, huh? Some goth. Not that one. Not that one. Let's move more of a cloud. Gives it a little bit of effect. Almost looks like an ancient part, like maybe kind of like a janky part, but like a page. Alright, it's been about 4 hours and we got something good here, but the coloring, I'm going to take my sweet time with it because there's a method to this that I want to try, but I'm not very good at it just yet. So I'm gonna do a little bit of practice off stream, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna go ahead and really wrap this up. Again, I want to make sure Goro really pops off the screen. I want him to look really good. This is my first time drawing him, and I want to do this guy justice because they sure as shit have not done him justice recently. But we'll get there when we get there. Also, it's almost 2:30 in the morning. And honestly, I'm getting the late night munchies. I don't know if I'm gonna go grab myself something to chew on, or if I'm just gonna just endure it so I can hit the hay on an empty stomach. We'll see that, I don't know, but right now it's time to go ahead and take ourselves a break, and I will be back later today, because it's technically the next day, to finish this stream, to finish this illustration. I'm actually feeling really confident that we're gonna have something real nice, but until then, for those who stuck around, check this out. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for watching. Y'all take it easy. Memento mori, and I will catch you all in the next one. Kill the feed. Cold in here or what? I bet it's snowing out there. I'm not gonna be looking forward to having to do another daggone grocery run. Not anytime soon. You forgot to save again, didn't you? No, it's saved. Alright. Can't hurt to save again to be on the safe side.